Streaming. Recording. Okay. Yesterday, I was starting to test out the registration flow. I can't remember if we did this. I can't remember if we did phase. There's one last thing, which was phase 5 here, which is this unlock UI. I don't think we did this. So this is basically like, why do we need this? I can't remember exactly why we need this right now. So I was thinking sometimes we need an overlay that's like enter your password again for some period of time. But I gotta check this over again. I don't think we did this yet, because I think I started going through registration just to see if anything worked, since this isn't really required for registration or login. This is a separate thing. And I was starting to get to this, and this is the last thing I was working on yesterday. Basically having a nice, like, it was having you enter +1 yourself, your country code. So I made this drop down, and now the last thing we're doing is making this drop down a UI component so that we have sort of consistent drop downs across the app. Because we have a couple other drop downs, like we have this drop down, or if you make the page smaller, we have it here. And I think these also use that. So I just want those to all be consistent. And so yeah, it's consistent now. This is the last thing it was doing, and so it's a time to kind of review this code, make sure everything looks good. But it's kind of nice. Arrow keys are supported and stuff, so pretty nice. And you can do that. Yeah, let's go ahead and get this started. And oh, this is again. I don't know why every time now when I log into my computer again, I have to restart Tailscale. Not sure. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. So there's this password checker thing. It's okay because it doesn't require like one number, one like stupid things. But one thing that's kind of bad is you'll see some password checkers that are like this thing too will say, you know, add a couple words, because you can have a strong passphrase with a fairly easy to remember set of words. But if you ask a person to come up with the words, you're not going to get a strong passphrase. Because I imagine, like, if you were to ask 100 people to come up with a set of 5 words that they have to remember, like an hour from now, I would guess you get overlapping sets of words across 100 people. Like dog, cat, bird, something like that. So those are not strong. But this thing would count them as strong, because they're not like repeating numbers or sequences or anything, but they're not strong passwords. You can only do so much on the client side for these password checks, so what are you gonna do? Okay. Oh. Oops. Oh, interesting. Huh. shouldn't be logged in at that point. I don't know, I gotta change all the routes and stuff too, so that currently, like, the demo is the homepage. I gotta make the registration the homepage, or login or register the homepage, and I want to have a link to the demo so someone can see it before they sign up. And I'd like to move all this demo data into the database, so that it maybe into the database. I'm not sure yet. It'd be cool to have it encrypted in the database and pulled in. That's a little bit more work, but definitely I'm gonna at least separate the demo off, which is cool too, because then if I make updates and stuff, it'll be easy to see what everything looks like. Because maybe I make big changes to the UI at some point, I don't know. It's not loading. Make sure my stream's working. Lest I go an hour without anything working. That looks like it's working. Alright. Let's take a look over this. We're out of context here. Yeah, I was thinking about this. So Signal, you don't have a password. Signal, you don't have it. Because there's nothing to have a password for. You have a PIN code, but you can't just like sign in on a new device. That's really a big difference with Signal. Bitwarden, on the other hand, you have it. And Bitwarden couldn't do something just so that you just use your phone number, because then someone could take over your phone number and get all your passwords. So they do an email plus a password, and I'm just doing a phone number plus password. I think it's fair enough. All right. So we enter a phone number here. I think because I can't find this phone number. Okay. Yeah, there's gonna be a bunch of stuff to kind of revise on this. Let me just get started with this, because otherwise I'm gonna get too distracted. Take a look at the stage to get changes. What was this? This was plan floating primitives. Everything good matching. Floating primitives. Is there anything you would improve or change? Compact. I don't know how I feel about the shapes. Like, I like the shapes. I think it gives it a little bit of personality. There's something about the triangle that stands out to me because it's very pointy compared to the other shapes. So I wonder if all the shapes should be round. Because I do feel like they kind of match the kind of balloon theme. Just the triangle does not really match the balloon theme. Maybe it should be a hexagon. This is in good state. Use floating. Position tests are good. Don't cover some plan-specific cases. Tests don't explicitly assert focus moves to search input on open. Anything else left to do? I gotta get more comfortable typing with this keyboard. This would be Option Backspace. Step 2. Migrate header messages panel. Migrate tags button. Okay. Gotcha. One thing I don't like about this too is that there's like a hover effect, and then there's a separate react, like selected thing, which you can kind of see this. So the mouse is hovered on Angola, but you're selecting Algeria, so it'll use Algeria. Yeah, I'm not gonna focus on that quite yet. I also need to exclude everything except for probably the US and the European countries, because I don't have the SMS set up or anything outside the US right now. So slow. No, that was not. Why? Plan loading. There you go. There's a new Claude Code feature. Remote control. Let's see if this works. Nope. I can't tell what's selected because it's poorly implemented. Enable remote control. Remote control lets you access the CLI session. You can pick up where you left off. You can disconnect remote access anytime by running remote control again. Enable remote control. Continue. So now if I open up Claude, I should have... Let's see. I don't see a remote session. Do I have to download some other app? Let's see. Claude Code remote session. Open the URL. Open Claude app. Find the session by name in the session list. Where is the session list? Maybe I have to update the app. Your code. Oh, there we go. I get that. Nope. There we go. Let's see how well this works. Working. Have to see how that goes. Why is my... Oh, I see. Writing this down on this.
I ran the Happy Groups web test suite, edited the floating use floating position test to mock visual viewport with add event listener and remove event listener methods, and updated the combo box dropdown focus test to use a longer flush. After the changes, I reran the tests, then executed type check and lint, and all tests, type checking and linting passed, so I marked the task as completed.
Take a look at the staged changes now. Does everything look good? I guess I need to commit this first, and then move on to these other steps. Step 2, build a menu item. Migrate header messages panel to primitives. Tags button and connections. Okay. I rechecked the stage and overall they look solid. End set active. When items length equals 0, that becomes -1. It doesn't crash, but it's a weird state. So you have to remote control each session. So you could have a few of these. It's pretty nice though. I wonder what the prompts end up looking like. But yeah, that's pretty nice if you want to just step away. Like sometimes I need to go to the sauna, but I want to like finish something up that's going to take a while. And sometimes you get stuck on approving something. So now you can do that much easier.
I updated the combo box dropdown TypeScript JSX component to return early when the item list is empty for navigation keys, and I added a new stop escape propagation boolean option to the useDismiss TypeScript hook, so that escape key events can be stopped from propagating. I extended the useDismiss test TypeScript file with a test verifying that stop escape propagation prevents event propagation, and then I ran the tests suite and type check, confirming all checks passed. Yes, that was one of the 4 items I just addressed. useDismiss now has stop escape propagation, boolean defaults to false, with 2 tests covering both cases.
By stage the changes, go ahead and commit them. Do not git add. Oh, what's up? I think my audio is a little... No, it seems okay. Maybe the music's a little bit low. I don't know. Oh, fuck. No! Why can't I scroll these? No. Go back here. And... gotta do this. Control C. I have to close this. Oh, that's right.
I committed a refactor for the app that extracts floating primitives and migrates country dropdown for haplogroups,
Go ahead
creating the
and
use floating component and documenting the changes.
implement the rest. It's gonna take a bit. Man. No. At least my keyboard doesn't slide around anymore. I got some rubber feet. Got some rubber feet today. Hmm. I just feel tired right now. Like, no. Tired. Wake up. Wake up, Jordan, you're dreaming. Gotta wake up. I was thinking I'll probably make happy groups a nonprofit. That way if I take a job, I don't have any issues with working on it on my free time. And also I think I just prefer a nonprofit in general. You can still try to make money and pay people. So I don't think there's much issue with being a nonprofit. You just can't like get rich yourself. You pay yourself okay. But kind of fine to me. I might use QE Research as the nonprofit, or I think I might make a new company called like Happy Company or something. Because maybe you have multiple products, a little bit like how Proton's a nonprofit, and they have their own stuff. Sleeping. Need to get smooth. Rest. Oh. I'm just not awake. Whatever. Whatever. Yeah, I was trying to figure out like which types of phone numbers to allow. That's part of a thing that needs to get done too. There's so many like little things because you have the client side, you got to deal with all this. Then on the server side, you got to decide which phone numbers you want to allow too. And they have different things they support because on the server side, we look it up from Twilio. And then Twilio has their own mappings. And then on the client side, we use Google's phone number thing. And it has like a different set of things. Like they have different labels for the phone numbers and stuff. Okay, wake up. Nope. Nope. Okay.
Permission requested. Execute exit plan mode with plan to migrate floating primitives.
Oops. Oh, 166. Pretty close. Still not awake though. 8. Like the carnival song. Fuck. Come on, Jordan.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
Do-do-do. Do-do-do. What do you think? Got that plan. No. Is there anything that would change? Very solid. Yeah, what it's it actually is still moving. I like can't push against the keyboard while it's tented. Or it slips slightly. It's not like I do it intentionally, it's just when I'm moving my fingers, I find sometimes the fastest way to move my fingers or hand a little bit is to push against the... Yeah. Push against the palm rest. No, that was pretty fast. Wish there was some other... Yeah.
Permission requested. Execute exit plan mode with associated prompts.
This is probably good enough, but we'll do one more. How is the plan? Getting faster. Keyboard. Looks excellent. So there's some things here, like I just would have never, like if I were building an app and the AI stuff didn't exist, I would just never do it. It would just take too much time. And so some of it's like just these simple things like roll die, like you, in theory, you should know to do all these things, but it's just too many things to keep in your head while you're trying to do a bunch of things. But that's kind of the nice thing that the AI stuff like can do some of these accessibility things that would just take too much time to ever do yourself. Unless you had like a huge company or whatever. so slow. Wake up. I'm gonna wake up and it's gonna be time for bed.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
Yeah, we're just gonna go with this. Hopefully. Boom. I could have done that a little bit faster too. Because maybe I could have done that one word per minute faster, I think. The D was slow at the end. It's funny I'm still not awake though. No. Mm.
Permission requested. Run menu dropdown tests in the Kiwi application. Permission requested. Run menu dropdown tests in the Kiwi application. Permission requested. Run menu dropdown tests in the Kiwi application.
Hmm.
Permission requested. Run type check for Happy Groups Web. Permission requested. Command to run all Happy Groups web tests. Permission requested. Command to fix formatting in header and menu dropdown files. Permission requested. Run lint and tests for Happy Groups web. I ran type check,
Ram's
tests,
up
and lint fixed
400%.
formatting with Prettier, reran lint and tests, and executed pre-commit checks, all of which passed. I created new floating components, including menu item styles TypeScript, menu item TSX, menu dropdown TSX with integration tests, and migrated profile dropdown TSX, header TSX, tags button TSX, and connection status TSX to use the new floating primitives and simplified styles. I reduced code complexity and line counts across these components, while maintaining full test coverage and passing all checks.
Let's see.
Permission requested. Glob files in Jordan Garside's home directory. Permission requested. Read screenshot file. Permission requested. Read screenshot file. Permission requested. Command to find screenshot directory. Permission requested. Read. Permission requested. Read screenshot file.
RTX 5090 is going to cost $5,000. It's got to be rich. You want a game? Make some money. Good luck making money when you can't get a job either. It's gonna take your job. Not gonna be able to play any games. That's pretty funny.
Permission requested. Run all floating tests in the Kiwi application. Permission requested. Command to run all floating tests. Permission requested. Command to run typecheck, lint, and tests in the Kiwi research directory. Permission requested. Command to fix formatting of floating use floating position, TS file. Permission requested. Command to run typecheck, lint, and tests on the Kiwi research project. updated the use floating position test file to improve the make floating helper by adding an optional height parameter, and replaced a test case with one that verifies above placement uses the actual panel height for short content. I then ran the floating component tests, which all passed, formatted the use floating position TypeScript file with prettier, and executed the full type check, lint, and test suite to confirm everything remains valid.
Nope. God. Is it only doing those three? What about these? Hmm.
Permission requested. Run tags button and menu dropdown tests.
Run out of context again.
Permission requested. Command to run type check, lint, and tests in the Kiwi research directory. Permission requested. Command to fix formatting in tags button test file. Permission requested. Command to run type check, lint, and tests for the Kiwi project. I updated the menu dropdown test file to add a regression test and created a new tags button test file with JS-DOM timer control. Then I ran the specific component tests, executed the full type check, lint, and test suite, and formatted the new test file with prettier.
Things I would still improve. Menu item. Where is that at? Here? As child requires a single. Let's see. Fuck. Can you go look at that? We generally don't want to do production checks. We define stuff in the config. Make some tasks because we're going to have to compact. Oops. God. Fuck. Yeah. My brain. Brain. Move it. Fix all these, do a few more passes on this. So after this is done, this will be done. I need to test the login and register stuff. Maybe I want to do these first. I don't know.
Permission requested. Regenerate Panda CSS after adding danger token. Permission requested. Command to run type check, lint, and tests for Happy Groups Web. Permission requested. Command to rerun type check, lint, and tests in the Kiwi research directory.
Am I getting faster?
I updated the import in the floating menu item TypeScript JSX file to use the @config/app settings alias, then reran the type check, lint, and tests which all passed, and finally executed the full pre-commit checks which also succeeded, marking the task as completed. I confirmed that tasks 13 and 14 were already completed, and I added a comment to the menu item TypeScript file to clearly explain the guard against double activation caused by the keydown and click events.
Good.
Permission requested. Run targeted tests in the Kiwi application. Permission requested. Run project level checks using bash commands.
Okay.
I corrected the comment in menu item to note a macro task, added a development warning for a null trigger reference, and updated the imports in menu dropdown. Then ran the targeted Vitus suite for menu dropdown and executed the full type check, lint, and other project checks. I also pointed out that set timeout 0 is a macro task rather than a micro task.
So this is a plan to limit the phone numbers.
Committed as 91B8805. Pre-commit hooks passed, all type check, lint, and tests green.
Let me see. If I do 1, does this work? 333. Wait, 1. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Wait, that doesn't work anymore. Now it still works. We have a plan. Did we ever do anything for the checks on the client side to exclude certain types of numbers? For example, the organ. For example, let's see, +1 through 1. Allow plan based on distributed rate limiting. It seems like we should rate limiting for distributed cache because amnesia doesn't work well. Dynamic Elixir. val key. Instead of memcached, because some stuff already has native integrations. Redis that with okay. You're exactly spotting the current behavior boundary plan is server-side enforcement on the client. We currently only do line type cannot reliably be determined client side without external carrier lookup. Okay, so we can't fix this on the client. So there's not much. Yeah, I guess that's the same thing. If you had a VoIP voice over IP phone number, we wouldn't know on the client, so you'd have to submit it, and then we would have to give you a rejection. No meaningful line type enforcement. So which type of phone number you have can't really be enforced on the client. All right. Yeah, whatever. Okay. So we need to do this. And these. Line type. Phone number. Line type. Enforcement. Server. Do that now? I guess so. It's a thing. Claude. Create plan to implement. Okay, so I don't need these anymore. What was this? Code gen, missing task dependency. This anymore either. Go. What were these?
Permission requested. Exit plan mode for allowless-based phone line type
Rate limiting?
enforcement.
These state changes look solid. Phase 3 phone migration plan. For some reason I can't scroll. I gotta use the horizontal scrolling. What's all this? Unlock UI. Yep. Okay. Yep. What do you think of this plan to implement that plan? Definitely gonna give me some suggestions back, so. Excellent plan. What do you think? So what are we to allow/disallow? I think that's what we have. Allowed only mobile. Disallow fixed VoIP, non-fixed VoIP, landline, toll-free, unknown.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode for allow list-based phone line type enforcement.
Why is there a rollout behavior? We don't have any users yet signed up, so we don't need behavior. How would you change? Mobile only is the strictest point. The risk is false positive in regions where fixed line or mobile is common. The unknown category deserves special attention. Twilio returns this when they can't determine the type. What do you think if we started with mobile only, since we're probably only. Don't have users yet. We don't currently have any users, so we don't need a rollout. Here's... oh, fuck. This is session. Now change the plan accordingly.
Permission requested. Run bash command to execute plan.
What do you think about? We're gonna solid. Oh.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
You expand any regions. I don't see a step for what happens if Twilio lookup itself fails.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode. Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
Go for it. Hundred words, let's see. I knew that was gonna
Permission
happen.
requested. Run
I knew
verification.
it was gonna ask me
and
for
auth
some
tests in the
permission. I was like watching it.
/server directory.
I knew it was gonna distract me.
Permission requested. Command to run full Happy Group server test suite.
Happy groups.
Permission requested.
Happy groups.
Command to run full Happy Group server test suite.
Happy groups. Yeah, I can't do anything about this phone number passing. And it doesn't have an area code.
I added a verification allowed line types configuration in the test and runtime Elixir files.
So
Switched
done?
the line type check in the verification Elixir module to an allow list with a telemetry event. Renamed error constants and codes to reflect unsupported phone types, and updated the verification and auth Elixir test files to match the new logic. Then, I ran the pre-commit checks and the full Happy Group server test suite, confirming that all 343 tests passed.
Where does it define? Yeah, I think it was already doing this for voice over IP numbers, and now it's just... Take a look at the changes. Is everything good? Is there anything you would or differently or improve?
Permission requested. Command to run full test suite.
Not need.
I added a when is binary guard to the validate_line type function in the verification Elixir file and included normalized type in the telemetry metadata. Then I ran the full test suite and confirmed all 343 tests still passed. I explained that the guard prevents crashes from non-binary values and that omitting both raw and normalized types makes dashboard aggregation cleaner while preserving the original signal.
No.
Permission requested. Run full test suite using bash command.
These things refuse to use the commands defined in the agents MD. Always has to try to use the commands directly instead of using them through Moon.
I read the Elixir file verification. X edited its validate_line type function to adjust how the allowed list is retrieved, and then ran the full test suite. All 343 tests passed, and I added telemetry for non-binary fallbacks with reason invalid line type shape, and downcased the allowed list at read time so mixed case configuration values work correctly. Permission requested. Run full test suite using bash command.
I'd split like this. If empty list is a valid intentional state, block all signups, then don't crash. Enforce fail close and maybe log
I read
your
the
warnings.
Elixir script file at home/jordangarside/kiwi research/kiwi/app/happygroup/server/config/runtime. X. I replaced the verification allowed line types configuration with code that splits the environment variable and maps each entry. And I ran the full test suite, which passed 343 tests, and confirmed that a clear startup warning will appear if the variable is empty, making the fail closed behavior explicit.
I don't know. Yeah. I think we should add a config that explicitly blocks signups and then not allow empty list for the allowed types and crash. That's so good. Makes sense. If empty list
Quick
is...
question before I implement. Should this config gate verification initiate blocking all phone verification, which covers both registration and recovery flows, or should it be scoped to just the registration resolver? The line type check sits in initiate 2, which both flows share.
Beat it. Boom. 141 to 149. I gotta get 150.
Permission requested. Run full test suite using bash command.
I think this is a good pragmatic split. Your scope call is right, adding purpose.
Permission requested. Run full test suite using bash command.
$150. Nice.
I ran the full test suite, added a new test for the registration disabled gate by editing the Elixir script auth test X's, and confirmed that all 344 tests now pass. I also wrote a markdown to duper-flow verification gating. MD file outlining the empty allow list startup crash fix, the registration-enabled configuration via an environment variable, the registration gate implementation in the register resolver, and a plan to add a purpose argument to send verification code for per-flow verification gating.
We also have... Don't want to confuse it. We also have...
Permission requested. Command to run full test suite. Permission requested. Run full test suite using bash command.
For purpose on phone verification. We don't have any users yet. I wonder if we should collapse all of the migration.
I created a non-async test module at registration gate test X's, updated runtime X's to parse the registration, enabled environment variable more robustly, and then ran the full test suite, which reported 344 passing tests. I cleaned up 2 warnings by adjusting the alias line and changing the graphical helper signature in registration gate test X's, and confirmed the suite still passes.
Be faster. Another each. House churn half. No blockers. Okay. Nice. Let's see if I can do this. Staged.
Permission requested. Command to commit stage changes with a detailed commit message. I displayed a summary of the staged changes and listed the last 5 commit messages. Then I created a new commit with a feature security message, adding allow list-based phone line type enforcement for HAPA groups.
Right. So now, go ahead and make a plan. Focus.
Permission requested. Command to search for phone verification files in the Kiwi research directory.
Distracting. No. That was such a good attempt. When I have a good attempt, I start thinking, oh, this is a good attempt. And then I start thinking, don't make a mistake. And then I make a mistake. Let's play the memory game instead. Huh? Nope. There we go. Oh, that's hard. Oh. Fuck. Which one is it? Nope. I have it not paying attention. I wasn't paying attention. Yes. I kind of want to zoom out of this a little bit. A little bit.
Permission requested. Execute exit plan mode with verification pipeline migration plan. Too hard. Level 14. Amazing, some people can do 20. I wonder if they just cheat though. I mean, I'm sure some people can do it, but you can also just take a screenshot. Permission requested. Exit plan mode for perflow verification gating. Permission requested. Exit plan mode. Permission requested. Execute exit plan mode with verification pipeline migration plan. Permission requested. Execute exit plan mode.
Okay, I think we're good. Let's do it. My brain. Come on, brain. This house. Come on. I wonder if I'm getting better. No. Not on one of the last words. Send verification code gets a purpose. Server converts that register recovery and applies gates. Yeah. If allowed, verification initiates, stores the code request with that purpose. You can purpose binding gives you two benefits. You can block only registration sends while still allowing recovery. The code created for one flow can't be used in another flow. Cool. I wonder if that's how everyone does it. I don't actually know. I've never set up SMS verification before. Help you, Beb? Can I help you? Yep. Oh, good girl. Okay. Be hard to type in here, but how did I type up?
Permission requested. Command to run ecto migration. Permission requested. Command to run ecto migration. Permission requested. Command to run all tests.
What do you got?
Permission requested. Command to run all tests. Permission requested. Command to run pre-commit checks on the Kiwi research project. I edited the rate limit test file to modify the send verification mutation to accept a purpose argument and updated the recovery test to pass the recovery purpose. I then ran the full test suite, which reported that all 356 tests passed, and executed the pre-commit checks, which only flagged an unrelated markdown file while all type checks, linting, and tests succeeded. Finally, I marked task 7 as completed.
Focus.
Permission requested. Command to run all tests. I edited the schema. Elixir file to make the purpose argument non-null with a default of register. I updated the add purpose to phone verifications. Elixir script to add the column with a default for SQLite compatibility, and then drop the default for production. I confirmed that the phone verification. Elixir file has no ecto level default, and I ran the full test suite to verify everything passes.
Boom. I wanted to hit 140 though.
Permission requested. Command to run all tests. I identified that the verification disabled test was mutating global state in an async block. So I moved it to the non-async verification gate test file and updated the describe block and test name accordingly. Then I ran the full test suite to confirm everything passes. Already done. See verification test X's in the initiate 3 describe block. Test rejects invalid purpose, do. Assert error, invalid purpose equals verification. Initiate at test phone at test IP, login. And added permission requested. Command to show stage changes summary.
I hit 140.
I committed the stage changes with a message adding per flow verification gating and purpose tracking for haplogroups.
Okay, that's committed. We're good to remove. I think we're done with that. Doo-doo. Now, server got stopped. What'd you work on, Darcy? Just stuff for work or stuff for the house? Manager gave me work. Like school. Was it something that came up or what? Wonder. Yeah, usually on Saturday, I don't get very many views at all. Like, I get, like you usually watch on the weekdays or whatever, but even on the weekdays, like other people kind of stop in for a minute or two. But on Saturday, I usually almost get no one. So I've like decided Saturday, like if I need to do stuff, Saturday is usually probably the best day to do stuff. It's just when the least amount of people are watching. Are you gonna work on it again tomorrow, or are you done? Never forget it. What was I thinking? I think when I took a nap today, after running, I was thinking about high school again and like having, I was dreaming or thinking about like high school again and having essays and stuff that you have to do. And like how they just don't, I don't know, the essays and stuff just don't really matter that much. I think a thing that's always a struggle for me when people give you work to do is like, it's fine if it actually matters. But the problem I feel like a lot of times is the work doesn't really matter. So I don't know if that's the case for you in this case, but a lot of work I feel like at companies is just not really, like it doesn't need to be done, but someone just decides it needs to be done. Like make work. There was a guy, David Graeber. I don't know which one is his best interview. One has the most.
My name is Benedict Dellitz. I'm the head of the new RSA Future Work Centre, and I'm delighted to welcome you all here today for the RSA Thursday lunchtime event.
This guy died a couple of years back from some health thing. I don't think he also has one talk from Google.
Welcome, everyone.
I don't agree with everything he says, but it's just kind of like an interesting thing to think about. He talks about how a lot of jobs and stuff are just people wanting to just wanting to feel important. like someone runs a company and they like hire a bunch of people because they want to feel like their company is growing and the thing that they're doing is matters or whatever. So they hire a bunch of people to make them feel better and then make those people do stuff and want the people to be around to look like they're doing stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking that today when I was thinking about like high school and I was thinking about college and like I had these chemistry professors and the chemistry professors, they would just give you work and like the way they would grade tests sometimes, like some of these teachers were just wrong. Like they just didn't care enough about their job really. So they would just give tests and mark answers wrong and you have to go into like dogs were fine for that. Yeah. But so they would just mark answers on your test wrong, or you have to go in and talk to them and then they'd be like, oh yeah, I guess so. But you know, always when the teacher generally doesn't want to acknowledge that they were wrong. Usually, it depends on the person, but a lot of times they want to be like, oh, I guess you could look at it like that, even if they're just completely wrong. And I just like, what drives me crazy, right, is like, the only reason you even have to deal with that is because the person is a teacher. Like, they just happen to be in that position for whatever reason. And like, then you have to spend all this time thinking about, you know, why is this person, like, what is their psychology and how do I deal with that psychology to, you know, do the work that they want me to do, and the work they want me to do doesn't matter. The things they want me to learn don't matter. You know, stuff like that. That's what I struggle with so much. It's the same thing at companies. You know, someone's your manager and someone runs the company and then like, my experience is always people get so overconfident with their I don't know, thinking processes and stuff. Like, so much is luck, but people don't want to acknowledge that so much is luck because then they would get demotivated. Yeah, I don't know. I was just thinking about that stuff this morning. How, like, you know, when you go to school, you just have to deal with people. And I was thinking about that too. It's kind of like, it's kind of true with your parents too. Like, your parents are just like in a position of authority over you. And they have their own opinions and ways of thinking about the world or whatever. And there's no like, they're just people. You know, like, they're not right or anything. So if you end up with parents that like think they're right and think that they know what's best or anything like that, then it's a struggle because, I mean, they're just in a position of authority over you, and that changes as you get older. But even as you get older, right, you still interact with them because you want to, and it's obviously nice if your parents don't have strong opinions or whatever. Yeah. I don't know if I was thinking about that before I went to sleep or whatever, but I don't know if I had some kind of dream about it or whatever, but that's the stuff that drives me crazy. And that's why, like, when I go in, I have such a harder time going into an office in general for work. Like, when I was at Robinhood, I didn't know how long I could stay there because when I go into the office, you know, I talk to a bunch of people and I'm friendly and, you know, ask them what their thoughts are on different things. And I'm like trying to ask everyone what their thoughts are on different stuff. And then I'm thinking about it. And then you realize, like, a lot of people are just, they haven't considered other people's perspectives. They're like very entrenched in their own perspective. And then you're thinking about, like, okay, well, what's the best thing I can do? And it's like, well, what I have to do is I have to consider, like, where that person's coming from and try to, like, talk to them in a way where they can maybe understand someone else's perspective or something. I don't know. But it's just causes, like, a lot of headache for me. Whereas if I'm working remotely, I don't have to, like, talk to someone at lunch and like talk to them about their idea, even if I completely disagree with it. What? If you go into the office, you just tell, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably an issue. I'm too nice. I mean, I like talking to people. It's just, I talk to people and then, yeah, it's just I talk to people and then, you know, you obviously want to talk to them about what they're interested in, and that's interesting to me. But then, like, you have to just, like, talk to them in a way to not upset them, or I don't know. Because I don't have strong opinions usually, but I think about this stuff a long time, and then you realize, like, oh, the other person hasn't thought about this stuff that much, but they have a stronger opinion than you do. Yeah. And my experience always was when people were on my team and stuff, I think people like being on my team because I don't have strong opinions, and I ask people to investigate stuff, and then I just ask them to keep investigating. Like, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. But then the issue at Robinhood was people like being on my team and stuff, but it's not really enough to get promoted. You have, the right people have to like you to get promoted. So I don't know. But I like working on the happy groups. I think like I said, I'm probably gonna do another couple hours today. You don't have to stay for any longer. Yeah. Should probably relax. It's easy for me to work on the weekend because I like what I'm doing. You know, like, I would do this stuff every day. It's just there's other house stuff I have to do or whatever. But yeah, I was thinking I'll probably turn happy groups into a non-profit. That way I can keep working on it even if I go to Sentry without having issues with ownership. But even if I don't go to Sentry, I might turn into a nonprofit anyways. For me, every day is the weekend. I don't really feel any difference. The only issue for me on the weekend is that I'm usually watching YouTube or something in the background. Not when I start working, but sometimes when I start getting tired, I start putting YouTube on in the background so I have something to listen to while I wait for the chatbots to finish their work. 2024. How long were you not working for? At this point, I haven't worked since 2020. When did I move here? I think I moved here 2021. Yeah, I think it's been 4 years since I've worked at a company. 9 months. The funny thing though is like when you take time off, I mean, I keep doing stuff. But people think you like don't know how to program anymore. Then they ask you, the thing is too, when you do the interviews, they ask you like, tell me about the teams you worked on or whatever. And it's like the teams I worked on were 5 years ago now. So I don't even remember. I mean, I remember a bit, but you know, not as much as I would have 4 years ago. So I can talk about the stuff I do for happy groups or whatever, but the thing is that all the interviews, yeah. The thing is for all the interviews, they like have some rubric, and the rubric talks about, you know, how do they deal with other people, how do they deal with their manager, things like this. And when you're working by yourself, you don't have any of that. So I always have to talk about like Robinhood stuff anyways, even though it's completely out of, you know. I was thinking if I ever ran a company, like even for happy groups, I think I would, because some companies do unlimited remote work, which I don't think works super well. But I wonder why companies don't do more like 6-month contracts. Like, I feel like if you gave people 6-month contracts and said, you know, hey, I'm going to pay you for 6 months of work and then you can take 6 months off, then I think people would deliver higher quality work. And I think they would even take less money, right? Like, I think if you paid someone for 6 months of work, I think they would deliver more than 6 months worth of work. And you wouldn't have to pay them, like, you would just, I don't know, you'd pay them for 9 months of work or something. But they would only work 6. Summer Fridays. Where you just get Fridays off in the summer. Yeah, I think one challenge of starting to do stuff like that, so I'm more of a fan of giving long chunks of time off, because I feel like when you're working, you want to work mostly. So when the issue becomes when you like start giving Friday off, or like, you know, 3-day week, 4-day week, whatever, is that I feel like you end up like Europe, where people just don't really want to work anymore at all, like even on the days that they do have to work. And so my feeling is that you really want to push all of the work together as much as you can. And so that's why I would do like 6 months straight with 5-day weeks or whatever, and expect a lot to be done, and then do 6 months off. That way you can separate out like the things you want to do in your life and kind of restructure. And I think it also gives you a chance to take a step back on what you were working on and think like, is this still the important thing to work on? Because I think a lot of times at companies, people get stuck into some project or something and trying to justify that project, and the manager has to justify that project to keep their position and stuff, and maybe that thing doesn't matter anymore. And so I think if people were able to take long chunks of time off, they would be able to come back and be like, I do want to keep working on that, or no, I don't think that matters anymore, in a way that they can't do at most companies right now, because they're just showing up every day. I don't know. I find people that run companies are not particularly creative. All do the same things, which I guess it works, but presumably other things could work too. Yeah, I think if you did 6 months, when would you do that? You would probably do it January to June would be the best thing. And then you would get July, August. Yeah, you would get basically the last half of the year off that way. Because like December's not even productive. Like even when people are in the office and stuff, December is like a completely wasted month. So I don't even know why have anyone come. Like I would just give everyone December off entirely. It's just, there's no point to have anyone show up. Other than like some people need to be on staff just to make sure nothing, like if something breaks, you can fix it or whatever, but. Yeah, if I ever have money. Yeah, I don't know. I think like that's why I think I'll make Happy Groups a nonprofit, because you can still pay people well as a nonprofit. Like you don't have to not make money as a nonprofit. You just can't have like extra money. So like the person who creates the nonprofit can never become a billionaire. Or I mean, other than OpenAI, they basically did that. But you can still pay people well. Like Signal pays people well even though they're nonprofit. They don't make enough money to keep doing that forever. They're trying to make money now, but yeah. I think it'd be cool. I mean, I think if you were doing a nonprofit, people would probably take a little bit less money too. Because like if you had a good mission that people believed in, I think they would take like, 75, 80% pay to work at a nonprofit, especially if you did structures like what I was saying, where you're like, hey, we'll give you, a 3-month chunk off every single year, like teachers get. Yeah. I gotta keep making progress on Happy Groups. I was thinking about too, because I don't know if you saw any of the Anthropic stuff with the US government. The Department of Defense is not going to use Anthropic anymore, and then yeah. So one of the reasons Anthropic says that they don't want to let them use it for any purpose is because of data collection and spying on, like basically you could create profile. There was a good and so one of the reasons is because he feels like with the AI models now, you can create profiles on people and stuff much easier than you ever could before. So data collection and buying data from private companies becomes a much more viable thing to do if you let the government use the AI models to create profiles on people. And it's just like another reason why you need end-to-end encryption on these platforms that people share their lives on. People don't understand how much their lives. One of the things I think I've said before was like, if the Trump administration really wanted to, they could just force Facebook to tell them who's an illegal immigrant, and I'm sure Facebook could identify that with fairly high accuracy. They're just not smart enough to do that right now. I guess they've already started using Facebook posts and stuff to deny people green cards and things like that. So like if you don't agree with the administration, they'll hold that against you. I don't know if it was for green cards or if it was for visas, but yeah, they're looking at like Facebook posts and stuff now. I don't think they have like the private access to posts, but if you have public posts, then they use those against you. But if they wanted to, they could just force Facebook to give them the private posts too. I don't think people realize that. And maybe I won't need a job because World War III will start. And then I'll be drafted. Yeah, I think end-to-end encryption is just going to become a much bigger thing once people understand how much data is out there about them. I mean, I am over the age line, I think, but they can just change it. They don't have enough people. I mean, they could just force anyone in, you know? I'd probably just move to Canada, I think. But they could do stuff like if you move to Canada, they could take away your citizenship, stuff like that. That's what they did during the Vietnam War. You left and went to Canada, they took away your US citizenship, then they gave it back after the Vietnam War. But yeah. Thanks. Yep. Have a good rest of your night. Good luck with the work tomorrow. See ya. Okay, what do we got? We remove that plan. And fix unsupported browser. So we gotta clear this. Yeah, this is the failed code. Make sure we can never use mock Twilio variables. What do you think about this proposal? Currently runs on initial hydration. Every link needs to be namespace aware. The app has deeply nested routes. This tail scale thing again? Scale thing. So I need to update the root route. Either register the login page. I need to move this all to a demo page. This is easily 3 to 5 times the scope of the routing changes. I need to do this, but I also don't want to do this because as soon as I do this, then the home page is going to become the login page, and I just like don't know if this is all working yet, and you can't do anything once you're logged in anyways. I'm a little bit hesitant to switch over these routes to demo. Oh, the words are so hard. Fuck. What's this? Come on, Jordan. Focus. Gotta focus, pal. Focus, focus, focus. So this should all work. So we should be able to create a user and log in. And I guess we still have oh, we gotta do this. We did both of those. Okay. So we need to do what do we need? Right now, the app can end up in a state where the auth session token is present, but the local crypto material is missing. In that state, users need to re-enter their password to rederive keys. Unusual. Less common than normal login, but definitely realistic. Browser site partially cleared. User clears IndexedDB private mode. Can evict. Device quirks. Okay, let's do that now.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
That's already done. You do have One issue I found with the stage docs is that they get out of sync. Implementation. I'm so tempted to stop working right now. I kind of like want to take a break and then come back to this. But what I should do is keep working. Get some more stuff done. And then I can take a break afterwards. The reason I want to stop now is because I'd like to have like a couple oranges or something. I don't really want to have them right before I go to sleep. But I'd like to stop for a minute, reassess. You think we should keep... Can I help you? How do you feel our dogs? The main remaining risk of the canonical doc is very large, so discoverability can be hard. Add a short doc update checklist. By view. It's so weird that all of the OpenClaw followers are Chinese. Not all of them, but a huge percentage of these are Chinese accounts. Mm-hmm. Great. Let's go. The Valky. All right. Okay, I'm gonna step away for a few minutes to take her out. Eat a little bit. Then I'll be back. All right. This. Back. Okay. What are we doing? What are we doing? Let's do this. Claude.
I explained that items 4 and 5 are redundant because the startup guard crash already triggers Kubernetes health checks. And I suggested moving mock modules out of the lib directory using Elixir paths in the mixexes so they aren't compiled into the production release. I recommended 3 layers of protection: a structural compile time guard, a startup guard in application start 2, and a cheap mock self guard to ensure mocks can't be used in prod, noting that the CI/CD exec check and telemetry alert add unnecessary complexity. I asked if you'd like me to implement this approach. Permission requested. Run test suite in the Happy Group server directory. Permission requested. Command to verify prod compilation excludes mocks. I verified that the Twilio, mock, and KMS mock beam files are absent from the production build, but present in the development build. I explained 3 defense layers, moving mocks to test support mocks, so they only compile in dev or test, adding a startup guard that requires allow mock external clients to be true only in dev and test configurations, and having each mock function check that flag before running, to ensure mocks cannot be used in production, and I confirmed that all 358 tests pass. Permission requested. Edit Mixx's file in the Kiwi app. Permission requested. Run full test suite using bash command. Permission requested. Command to verify prod compile excludes mocks. Permission requested. Command to verify dev compile includes only mocks. I updated the startup guard by inserting at mixenv attribute and changing validate no mock clients from private to a public function with at doc false annotation, then added a regression test in mockguard testx's. I ran the full test suite and saw all 363 tests, including the 5 new ones, pass, and I verified that production compilation excludes mocks while development compilation includes them. Permission requested. Run full test suite using bash command. Permission requested. Command to verify production compilation. I edited the production Elixir script configuration to set the mock client allowance to never, updated the application Elixir file to remove the mix environment check and use fetchenv. For the Twilio and KMS module configurations, wrote a new mock guard test Elixir script with a sync set to false and proper environment restoration, and then ran the full test suite and forced a production compile to verify everything passed.
Do we have any other mocks?
Permission requested. Command to run mock guard tests. I updated the Twilio, mock, and KMS mock files to replace the unless guard with an if that checks the configuration value is not exactly true, and I adjusted the mock guard test to reflect this change. I then ran the mixed test suite for the mock guard tests and confirmed that all 8 guard tests passed. I explained that the original unless failed because never is truthy, so the raise was skipped, and the new if correctly restricts mock calls to only when the setting is true. created a readme file at home/jordangarside/kiwirresearch/kiwi/app/happygroups/server/test/support/mock/readme. MD that documents mock implementations of external service clients, such as Twilio and KMS for development and test environments, and explains how the safety contract helps prevent its erosion when new mocks are added. Permission requested. Command to show working tree status in the Kiwi research directory.
Should we do Valkey? Or should we start changing the routes?
I committed the staged changes with a security-focused message to prevent mock external clients from running in production for happy groups, and all pre-commit checks passed.
The one thing I'm thinking about is that right now, you can log in and register on web. And the issue with that is that I kind of need your phone to be your primary device. And then you could link web to your phone, assuming I don't have the history stuff working yet. You can't really make a web device your primary device. Then it's making me wonder, like, we have all this stuff set up for front end. Like, I don't even know if any of this is actually useful. If I have the history working, then this is useful. But I don't think I can do history. Maybe I should just do history. History seems so freaking hard. The hard part isn't like implementing it, the hard part is really making it reliable, because I can't... Once this is the assumption, It's not like up to the user to make sure they don't lose their history. It's up to me to make sure I don't lose their history, which is a big requirement. Like I can back up a database and stuff, but backing up like tons of messages and images and videos and stuff like that, it's a lot of data and it's gonna be a pain to deal with. It's all local. I don't have that big of a problem. I just have to pass the messages. But I really got to evaluate this because maybe I should just build the app now, or maybe I should do history now. I don't know. Personally, like, I don't want to download an app. I don't mind, you know, accessing it on a browser. So maybe that's fine. But you need history. And you wouldn't be able to link other devices, really. I guess you can link other devices. Because if you have the password, you can just log into those. This clear. And this is the migration stuff. Here, what is this stuff? This is already done. I'm debating back and forth if we should do history now. If we don't do history, then all of the web login stuff doesn't really make sense because you're not going to web as your primary device. It would always be lean. But if we do history, server, then you can log it anywhere. Let's see what it says. If you're, I don't know, no one's watching that. Anyone who may watch later, you should 100% be using Codex instead of Claude Code or Claude to get context on your stuff and also to deal with documents and stuff like that, and like keeping things in sync across your code base. Claude Code is just so slow that it can't do that and it runs out of context fast. Codex is much better for that. You're spotting the exact tension in the current plan. The docs currently treat web password log as temporary bootstrap and explicitly remove it. History vaults are also explicitly deferred. Even if you build history on server now, that alone does not mean login from anywhere. Server history is encrypted key material, not plain text store. You still need the right client-side key flow plus trust model. What? Why? If we do history, why wouldn't... Because history and logins hold different. History vaults give you access to old epic secrets and messages. They do not grant keys needed for current session. The architecture login is split into layers. Password-derived account session unlock would require letting any browser do password login plus. If we do history, do devices need linked? Or can all devices be the same level? It does not force linking. You can design all devices at the same privilege level. In your current architecture, linking is deliberate because of the security model: phone, primary, browser, less trusted. What changes if all devices are equal? Every device would need password-capable login and vault access. Any compromised browser becomes a much higher risk, not just that device's leave key. That's right. Device revocation and trust management get harder. You lose the clean primary controls other boundary. You still need per device MLS leaves and add remove flows. Equal level doesn't remove that complexity, mostly changes auth. My current docs keep linking primary devices, security boundary is explicit. Linked devices are intentionally restricted. History sharing to linked devices is explicit and controlled by primary. Real decision is for product security posture. Equal tier devices, simpler mental model, login anywhere, weaker compromise containment. Primary plus linked, more UX friction, much better blast radius control. I think your instinct is right. If you want web sign-up plus web login from anywhere as a first-class experience, then a strict phone-only primary model fights that goal. You have three coherent options: equal tier device from day one, best UX, create account anywhere, log in anywhere. Browser compromise has much higher blast radius. You'll need stronger session hardening and very good device relocation UX. Primary / linked from day one, better security boundary, worst early UX and growth friction, especially before mobile exists. Web feels like a second-class citizen until mobile ships. Phase 1 can be web full device, so onboarding is easy. When mobile ships, you don't really care. My opinion in general, if Happy Groups wants to be signal-like trust model, high compromise containment, explicit device trust, final stage should be mobile primary plus linked web. If Happy Groups wants Discord / Slack-like convenience, log in anywhere, no special device hierarchy, final stage should be equal tier devices and web only must be fully viable. Trying to do both equally well creates policy contradiction and confusing things. Given your doc encrypted model, you're already philosophically in the first camp. It's tough because I want security, but there's this hard trade off against. Ultimately, I want something that people want to use. Also, secure, private, respect-sated. But things like Proton Mail and Bitwarden, which are, I think, the most similar, support web only. Browser endpoint risk is inherently higher. Extensions injected JS shared machines. Yes, web only can be a viable final state. Then your security goal should be very strong privacy plus practical security, not strict compromised blast radius minimization. You want strict blast radius minimization guarantees primary / linked is still better. My pragmatic recommendation for your final product stands. Support web only as a first-class path. Keep a concept of trust tiers, not necessarily primary in UX language. Trusted devices can unlock, export, manage highest risk actions. Regular web sessions, full messaging, but step up auth for destructive sensitive operations. Yeah, I agree with this. Yeah, I think I agree. If we do web first, I feel like history is because foam primary was what was going to make it easy to link new devices as well as share the history. Is that really true? I don't know if that's true. If you want users to create an account on one device, log in on a new device, and immediately see prior conversations, then yes, you need at least server-backed encrypted history plus key recovery path day one. Otherwise, login anywhere is technically true, but feels broken. Encrypted message retention on server, encrypted epic key, material persistence sufficient to decrypt recent history. But I'd say if you can keep strict mobile primary history can be delayed a bit because linking devices handles continuity. If you move towards web first equal tier history, light is effectively day one. Yeah. I tend to agree with this. I think I gotta do that. Oh my god. Fuck, so slow. Okay. I think we're gonna do history. I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna do history. Because I need to make sure it's 100% solid. It's a lot easier to make sure message passing is solid. Like, I can make sure a small database is backed up multiple times and stuff, but it's just expensive to store all these messages. I think I'm gonna have to do no video up front, images only, and images are gonna have to be compressed. And I'm gonna have to put some limits. Okay, I'm gonna think about this tonight. Yeah. I think I'm gonna do history. I gotta make a decision on this. Because that's what I'm gonna do immediately after logging in, like once I've tested all the login and stuff. I'll probably do the rest of these. And then I'm doing history. Oh, history is such a pain in the ass. Well. No. $250. Damn it. Ah. Hmm. Ah, distract. Fuck. Okay, we're gonna focus. We gotta move this. Fingers are just... Not gonna be able to do this right now. I see. No, we're not doing that. Boom! Dang it! Yeah, it's gonna be pretty hard to ever... Well, not to ever, but... to break 140 on the 50 words. I think that's the best I'm gonna do for a bit. I could probably get this up to like 135. I would have to make no mistakes. It's just such a long period of time to not make mistakes, because my mind starts wandering. So one thing that happens is sometimes I think like maybe I made a mistake. Like I'm not 100% sure I typed a previous word right. And so then I'm thinking about it and I'm like some words further down, but like I'm thinking about that I might have gotten the other word wrong. And I like look at it and then I'm just fucked. Because I need to just be going forward. Done. Can't focus. Alright. I think tomorrow I'll try to bring out my nicer camera and just see if that looks a little bit nicer. This camera's not bad. I've got a nicer camera, the full frame. Not using it, it's just sitting in the closet, so I might as well use it. So many words. Okay. Yeah, we're definitely... Must have now per group history vaults plus account vault mapping, epic secret promotion pipeline. New device history, restore from server back to encrypted vaults, secret rotation / rewrap path. Group leave vault cleanup. So one thing that would actually be fun too, in the group history, you could have unencrypted messages from the server. So let's say like the server can see that no one's messaged for some period of time. The server could enter a message into the stream that was unencrypted, saying, "Hey, someone's got to post something, otherwise this group's going to be deleted." After some period of time, right? Like, hey, this group hasn't posted anything for a year, and it's not paying. So either you need to pay for kind of the basic thing or post something. I worry about, you know, how do you delete people's accounts? Like, do you ever delete people's accounts? Because, like, what if someone just goes off the grid for a year? So, yeah. But I just hadn't really considered that before, that we could just put plain text messages in. There's nothing private about the messages. Just, you know, hey, someone's got to post something. So we could have a few messages that the server posts saying, hey, you're going to run out of storage space. Someone's going to do something, stuff like that. Which is kind of cool. I was thinking how I really hate typing I. There's something about it. Don't like. Okay, we'll do history. We'll fucking figure out how we'll possibly pay for that, especially with storage prices what they are now. It makes me wonder if I ever want to do public groups, should they have basically the exact same architecture as the private groups? We'll want to store those in a database, like fully in a database, break them apart and stuff, so. And that's so frightening. Like, the thing I didn't want to do, building happy groups, was like do everything. Like, let me just do the minimum thing, which would just be like having some groups you can join. But I want to do the encryption. It's like an MVP thing for me. And it's like, if I'm going to do the encryption is the hardest possible thing. If you're going to set up the encryption, you might as well just do all of it. That's kind of the path you head down, I think. The path to hell. Where you just like never, as long as I make progress. You know, it's February, it's been a couple months. I'm getting there. So, as long as I'm happy with it. I was thinking that today about like Bitcoin, right? Like if Bitcoin had come out 5 years later, would it have mattered? No, as long as it was good. I was thinking that about Signal too. Like if Signal had come out 5 years later, like I would still use it. So there just wasn't going to be an alternative, you know? But I do think there's some, because I was thinking about there's some activation factor for a lot of companies and startups where if they don't hit that, they're going to die, right? Like because they don't get enough users fast enough. Maybe if they had launched at a better time, they may hit that activation point. And so for startups that are raising money and stuff that are burning a lot, they need to launch earlier. Like they can't build up slowly, right? But for me, like if I can just do this all, there's no activation energy, right? Like it's just, can I keep motivation is the only activation energy there is. So as long as I can keep motivation. I mean, there's other websites too I've seen that are nonprofits that like, they could have come around 5 years later, people would still use them. So yeah, I don't need to rush. I just need to do it well and keep making progress. And I don't think my motivation is gonna have a specific reason I want to build this. So as long as I can finish it in a couple of years, that's my goal. But at the same time, like I have other things I'm waiting for. So if this doesn't pan out, life's good either way. But I do think this could have a lot of value to other people and myself. There's Facebook groups I would like to join right now, but I can't make a Facebook account and post, like it's just not gonna happen. I could go there and like tell them, hey, can we use a Signal group or something instead? But it's just not gonna be the experience I want, so. I'll make the experience I want. Facebook reached out. I wonder if I should tell them. So no, I'm not interested. I'm making a competitor right now. Facebook would be the one where if I went there and I like that this is a nonprofit, they could try to sue the nonprofit and shut it down. Like if I go to Sentry, that's not gonna happen. Like Sentry can't be like, you know, they stole our technology or something. Or stole our ideas or blah blah blah. Facebook could do that. All right. I'm gonna call it here, a little bit later than I should be. It was an okay day. Wish I could have fixed my treadmill. Hopefully they send someone out for that, but you're watching, have a good night. I think tomorrow the first thing I'm going to do is go over the history structure and start to think about that, because that's going to be immediately the thing to do after this. Maybe I'll postpone it. Maybe I'll think about the history afterwards. But as soon as we'll do all this stuff first. And then once we're ready to do the history, we'll really think about history and start implementing that. That'd be good. I think I'll do this first because it's more fun. It's just something to get away from all this login stuff for a minute. Some fun infra stuff. So Valky, take a look at Valky. Get my head out of the login flow, and then once I'm back in it, I can go with fresh eyes. But yeah, for me, I'd really like to just I'd really like to be able to use the service without having to download an app, even though the app is more secure. You just gotta make trade-offs at the end of the day. And that allows me to come out with an app later too, which is nice. I can take my time and really build that well. All right, have a good rest of your night, or if you're watching later, have a good morning, afternoon, evening. Thanks.